to another episode of City Building Saturdays. We are here on episode number 351 of this series. We appreciate everybody who has come out. Hope that your guys' time zone, whatever your guys' time zone is most wunderbar. So, on the agenda for today, we of course are finally getting back into the fun times of doing some city building stuff. I know I haven't streamed in quite some time. Last week, of course, was in Colorado again on vacation. Didn't mean to have some stuff the week before, but of course, work and needed to take care of myself was far more important, and so yeah, that was a thing. And then of course, similar sort of thing. It's been a real screw you tree for this past week at work. It's welcome back, and it's just like, oh my god, yeah, sort of thing. So yeah, that was this past week at work's been a thing. It's like, as I said, it's a welcome back. Welcome back. So, yeah. But, had a good time. Not gonna honestly, not gonna worry too much about, going into, going over particular stuff. I just want to play Skylines, quite honestly. But, I will kind of go over some of the stuff I did do. So let's see here. Gotta wait for that. So yeah. I said it was just a huge week of chaos at work, and that is part of the reason why I was not doing live stuff this past week. But a week ago, let's see, today's Saturday. Yeah, today's Saturday. So a week ago, got to be at Colorado Crossings again. But we'll start from the beginning. So a week ago this past Monday, we'll sort of tell as we're waiting for the game to load. A week ago this past Monday, I was the whole operation was called Operation Wreck and Pinion, in part because named after the Mantua and Pikes Peak Cog Railway, because they have a wreck and pinion on their train sets because some of their grades are 25% or 1 in 4 for those of you on the who are Brits or use similar sorts of things. But normally trains that don't have a rack and pinion or a cog system are just going wee downhill. If they manage to get uphill, of course, they go wee. Of course, they're probably not going to get too far uphill before they start, they just start spinning their wheels futilely. So, but anywho, on Monday, a week ago Monday, was in the Colorado Springs part of the operation, and went to headed an hour southwest of Colorado Springs to a place called Canyon City. Oh, hello. Game is uploaded. So yeah, I went to a place called Canyon City, and let's see here, pedestrian zone. Let's go ahead here. We'll do this, and come on, and There I did two things. First thing was um, the Royal Gorge Bridge over the Royal Gorge, which is called the Grand Canyon of Colorado, made by the Arkansas River. And there, in that location, got to go stand 1,053 feet. I forget how many meters, what that is in meters. Got to have that be a thing above the river and the track, and it looked like very tiny track. For anyone who's familiar with modeling, it was essentially N scale. Looked like N scale, so. And the which basically means very, very tiny track. So yeah, that was a thing. And so yeah, it was a nice thing. And then I beat feet on down. It's the bridge, the park itself is about 15-minute drive. Just about a little bit for me. It was a little bit more 20 minutes because it was going through slower areas. The speed limit in places was on like 15 or 20 miles an hour, and I was going sometimes a little bit slower to make a turn because tight turn, and didn't want to go spilling off the road. And but that was a thing. So then beat feet back down to the Royal Gorge area where I just see that we are here. Let's see here. All right. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna go ahead and clean this area up here a little bit. But just want to double check something here while I'm thinking about it. So yeah, I went ahead and okay, that's what I was wanting to check. I couldn't. Let's see here. We'll make a slight change here. Yes, yes, and yes. That is inbound. So what we'll do. There we go. Basically, just want to change that up a little bit. Basically, make that a little bit more efficient. So, anywho, went on down to the Royal Gorge Railroad. Excuse me, but I felt good. And took a train ride on the Royal Gorge route. And that was essentially went along the track I just described, basically looking, it's like small, end scale, very small in nature. And I'm gonna improve the efficiency of this area here. I'm gonna do that. But yeah, so I got to ride the train high. I mean, get to see the gorge from the top and then the gorge from the bottom. All right, let's go ahead and go over here and switch over to processing stuff. All right. So yeah, I got to do that, and that was fun. And then after that, after I did my stuff in Canyon City, so I want to build, switch over to build. So let's see, we should have over here to our I remember my math right. Yep. So, returned to Colorado Springs, and on my way back to my hotel, I stopped at a, and excuse me, and just as the usual preface, please remember to be of legal age and be permitted to drink. Stopped at a place that wasn't too far from the Holiday Inn Express I used, called Cerberus Brewing. They had a few interesting places. Got to chat it up with the the regulars there, and had some people seem to be having a good time. And there was a little bit of a drama, but talking about stuff. We were debating stuff about what was good beer, what was not good beer, and got to share some of the stuff and all that jazz. So yay! All right, let's go ahead and speed the game up here. Let's see. Still fluctuating on our income, but let's go ahead here. Rats. Honestly, hoping I could put in some flour mills right there, but that's okay. That's okay. I know that I get a lot more money from meat products than I do from meat products than I do from flour, but at the same time, flour is always a good thing. So, then I just, after that, after I stopped at Cerberus, come on. Oh, I won't fit. Rats. It's alright. Okay. Okay. Let's put in some more flour mills. It's an idea. Aha. we'll just go for smaller stuff then. Look at that. All these deliveries they're making. So then for dinner on a week ago Monday, I went to a place called the Airplane Restaurant, which features a former Texas National Guard KC-97 refueling airplane. And I know that some of my coworkers at work, they knew of the place. As you know, I later found out that they knew about it. But when I found about it, I was like, "Oh my god, some of my guys might like this." And it was nice to actually get to see a former military jet up close. And they have the pilots. That'll be the pilot. You know, if it's the usual thing that like here in the States, you know, driver's position left, passenger, or in this case, co-pilot will be on the right. I got to actually stand and touch the pilot's side wing, or the left wing, which was, they made it to where it was inside the building, and that was pretty cool. And so yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing. All right, so let's go ahead here. Now, to help ourselves out economically, make things just a smidge easier for ourselves, we're going to do a twofold thing. Let's come here. We can be able to tie some of this stuff in over here. But thing we're going to do, there we go. Aha! Yes, I'm good. Wunderbar. Figured try to make a little bit of a closer connection point to the stuff right over here, to the port stuff. Knowing that we're a little tight for space up here, although technically we could. Yeah, we could. Let's pull out our highway. We want a bi-directional highway. No, it's not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth trying to do that. So we will just do a bi-directional there. Switch over to our 2-lane. Do that. Look at that. They're turning around trying to do stuff. Oh, there we go. Some of the see. That'll help ease some of the congestion. So then on Tuesday, a week ago this past Tuesday, I did the two major things I did, along with three lesser things. Went to the Cog Railway. That was the first thing on the agenda, was the Cog Railway, which is in Manitowoc Springs. It's just west of Colorado Springs. And got to ride the Cog to the summit of Pikes Peak, 14,115 feet, or for those on the metric system, 4,302 meters. And that was fun. So, yeah, that was a thing. Oh, what? Okay. I just saw the thing there, and I'm like, no, no. So yeah, basically it was an hour ride up to the summit of Pikes Peak. We're gonna go ahead. Let's get this switched over to a bi-directional thing again. Oh, okay, put it farther over. Okay. Well, thank goodness. I went and OCD'd it. Excuse me, but it felt good. So, got to the summit and got to have a look-see around. Got some interesting things to see, especially being at 14,000 feet. The only time I've really been higher is the times I've taken airplanes. But this was first time I'd ever been somewhere high in the sky and still been on terra firma. That was the first big thing. Second big thing was getting to go to the Garden of the Gods, but I had a little interim adventure before I went to Garden of the Gods. I went to a place called Colonel Mustard's Sandwich Emporium. And they had the sandwich I had was pretty nice. It's unique in its own way, not too outstanding, but worth it in its own way. But the real big thing was the interesting thing, I should say, at Colonel Mustard's was the fact that they had a mustard flavored ice cream. Trying to get. Jeez, frickin' Louise. Yeah, they had a come frickin' on. Sorry, I'm being distracted by the fact that I'm trying to link up this thing to the network. And I'm going there. There we go. There we go. All right. There we go. And so yeah, they had their their mustard flavored ice cream. I thought there'd be, a little bit or somewhat salty, like, had the salty like taste of some of the salty like taste of um of mustard, but not quite so much. There was a lot more sweetness to it. All right, let's see here. I want to kind of reserve this area for other stuff. Let's see, what do I have in here? Let's see our. I'll zone some of that stuff off so that we can have more stuff. So let's go ahead here, guys. What we're going to do. We have to adjust this little bit of highway here eventually. But we need to start to go ahead and filling in some of our stuff here. So, anywho, let's see, how are we doing over here? I'm taking a look-see here at the map and seeing that we have a need for, we have some commercial space demand. Let's go ahead and start doing some of this stuff up so that we can have some more fun. Make some more money off the commercial space. So let's see here. Districts. Let's see, that is tourism. Let's go ahead here. We'll whip out our districting tool. We'll make this a leisure area, since the adjoining area is tourism. See the zoning here. Let's pull out our hotels. Wrong tab. Race. That's right. That's right. Pedestrian hotels. There we go. City Hotel. Oh, Ocean Resort. Yeah. Need one of those. Let's put up a spa right there, and then we'll put up a do that there. And then let's pull back out our zoning, and then I want commercial leisure. Put in the leisure specialization. Will do. we'll just let this stuff here fill in. Water. Well, oh, good, good, good. At least it's starting to fill in somewhat. So, what I was thinking was that we can use some of this area here. I want to try out the new race. What is, for me at least, the new race stuff. Oh, and we need to fix that. So sure that was up to par. Let's see here. What monument stuff can we put up? Let's see. Hmm. 5 park. We need to have a level 5 park too. That would be a thing to include in this area, is have the 5,000 squares of local produce and all that. And why is this like that? That should not be like that. Typical game shenanigans. And why is that doing that? That shouldn't be doing that. Let's just redo the whole darn thing here, guys. I know we just built some of this, but sometimes you need to fix stuff. So anyway, let's get back off our tangent that we momentarily found ourselves on. After Colonel Mustard's and the whole fun times of getting to go there for the first time, went to Garden of the Gods. Going to Colonel Mustard's in its own way was a little bit out of the way, but I'd rather take a slight little bit out of the way for, a little... What the... How in the... There we go. So yeah, Colonel Mustard's was in its own way a little bit out of the way, but I'd rather go slightly out of the way for a pretty decent lunch, and their logo's pretty interesting. But we've digressed. Anywho, went to Garden of the Gods, went to the Visitor Center, got to do a little bit of a hiking around the park. Also drove around a little bit, and got to have some other fun stuff. So, what I want to do, or a thing I want to do, We need to start up a new civilians, put in place for our people to live. So we will give a no. Thank you. All right. So I want to go here to the metro. Thing I want to do is do our usual stuff here. Come on. Tree, you can math. Tree, do the math. There you go. Still check our raw materials here. Yeah. We'll try to include a little bit of a buffer zone right over here because I knew that this area was going to have some metal in it. But yeah, I was like, let's I do need some more people in town, so that should do. So we'll do. Smidge farther, just a smidge farther. Connection there. And we'll do now is wrong tab tree. And all right, so let's go ahead here. Saw that this area kind of needs a little bit of police stuff, so I figured that that might be useful. Let's go ahead and finish putting up our safety stuff over here. Oh. Oh, wow. No, I don't want you. Alright, now that we got those guys there, I want to keep this area, of course, open for commercial space. And we'll have, obviously, we're going to have to fill it in at some point with more commercial space. We'll make sure it's the organic variety. Actually, let's... on a regular park. Or a park, I should say. So I want to use this area, start using building in, you know, like racetrack and that sort of thing stuff there. So let's go ahead here. Put up a pathway. I want a gravel pathway. There's that. And seeing that guy, seeing our parallel metro station there saying, hey, we need the mains, give us our mains. So it's like, they need sewage and water. Department of Duh. Let's go ahead and we'll extend this section out to at least there. Okay. What we're going to do now, do some adjustments here. So anyway, we once again, got distracted. Typical tree. And, oh, after Garden of the Gods, I went to a nearby place called Red Leg Brewing, a veteran-owned brewery, and got to have a little bit of food there. Got to also try some of their stuff. Brought home some stuff from there, much like I did from Cerberus Brewing. And for the moment, we'll go ahead and just connect those guys. Even though I technically don't need to worry about it, I'm going to do that. And there's that. Let's make sure to bring the mains up for those guys. And we will also... smartest thing. Do that. Get the connection, these guys fully connected up here. And so it was Red Lake Brewing was sort of like a pavilion area. They had the main feature, of course, was the brewery itself, but they also had sort of this large open area, kind of like like a farmer's market or a similar sort of thing. Or they had a number of other vendors, and the you're able to order food, socialize. Come on, I want to. There we go, getting there. Another vendor socialize, and it was a hopping place. It was very hopping, and was worth it because it wasn't too far from the Garden of the Gods. Um, the north end of the Garden of the Gods park. I was able to, of course, go and see the stuff there, and got a little bit to take home back here to Treelandia, of course, and all that jazz. So, and then a little bit more. Then I went to another brewery right after. I made sure to have something. I got some food from one of the local food vendors at Red Leg. And then I went over to a place called Whistle Pig Brewery. It was in a small, mostly residential area, but it was, one of these small little commercial areas, strip mall sort of thing. And the it was a little bit more. It seemed to be, at least to my sense, it was a little bit less of a, it seemed to, the strip mall seemed, a little bit run down, but, at the same time, it was somewhat more quaint, if you can use that term appropriate. It's not actually appropriate, but, let's go ahead here, and we're going to make a back and forth line, both directions. Honestly, we do need to come in at some point and consolidate and redo some of our lines here. Oh, these guys need water. How did I forget that? Got distracted. And so again, with like the other places I went, just I was able to get one thing, take home with me. So that's at least something. So and yeah, that was a little bit interesting. Let me see. I wanted to check something here. Yeah, that is an ore area. So yeah. I just wanted to make sure. Am I remembering this right? Now we'll have a little bit with this little bit of stuff right over here. We'll have with the ore stuff there. We'll have a little bit of a buffer area, or at least try to have a little bit of a buffer area. All right. Well, that's what I want is hubs. Metro hubs. Metro intercity bus. Good. All right. We'll go ahead and tie this guy here into this station. So is that, I mean, yeah, I could go straight for that guy, but I don't have to worry about the transiting stuff. And that way we can actually make use of giving a connection for the easier connection for those guys. So that's part of how, of course, metros and light rail systems can work is connecting farther apart points. Okay, we've got some more room here, so let's go ahead here, and we will come over here. More demand for commercial leisure space. So let's go ahead. We'll fill some of this stuff here in. Actually, take that out and rezone it as office space. So on Wednesday of my trip, was transit day between was a very long was on all honesty a very long transit day. Um, was had to go to um, um, first had to transit from my hotel in Colorado Springs, hop on I-25 up to Denver, then get to my hotel there. Then I had to hop onto I-70 after I dropped my stuff off at my hotel. Transited out to a small place called Basalt, Colorado. If you take sort of a line and draw it southwest from Vail, Colorado, and draw a line northwest in a northwesterly direction from Aspen, Colorado. Excuse me. You'll get to where Basalt is. It's a lot. Basalt's a lot closer to Aspen than it is Vail, but it's easier for me to remember to say it like that. Let's see. Go ahead and do that. And it's where I got some purple. The reason I went there was the reason being was so that I could have some purple gin. So, Woody Creek Distillers, which is the reason I went, they have what's known as Mary's Select Gin. And one of the reason is the reason that it has the color it does is because they add yuzu to it. And just make a quick little express line here to do that. Oh my god, look at all the shit build up. My goodness. All that shit build up. Silly stuff. So anyway, Tree Dad had to come over to roommates and I place tonight, and had something for me and them, a little bit of stuff to share. And I was like, "Hey, Tree Dad, I went on my trip last week," and he was like, "Yeah, you've told me a million bazillion times." And I was like, "Well, you remember that place called the Woody Creek you told me about with the purple gin?" And it was like, "You didn't." And I was like, "I did. I did." And it was like, "Oh, are you gonna have it?" I was like, "Well, roommates and I were gonna have some tonight. Gonna let them try it." And I was like, "Oh, please, 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 please. I know I have to drive home, but please." And I was like, "Of course, Tree Dad, you can have some." So, a little bit ago before stream, I went ahead and we just he arrived just not long before we were about to have dinner. Because roommates, of course, they're willing to, on the weekends especially to they usually like to not have dinner at a rush to have dinner on Saturday and Sunday. They don't mind having a little bit later. It lets them get more stuff done during the day. And so he Tree Dad showed up not long before we were gonna have dinner, and it was like, let's crack open the bottle. Let's crack open the bottle, and we'll have some. So we went and got some. We all got ourselves some drinking glasses. I cracked it open. Everybody got to pour out their own portion, and oh my god, Tree Dad was like, "Oh my god, this is so good," and roommates were like, how did you find how did you find out about this stuff, Osage? And I was like, ask Tree Dad. He's the one, and he told the story. Basically, it was just looking around stuff from I talked about from last year and all that. I was like, and they were like, huh. So yes, that was a thing. I got to have fun, and we got to do our stuff. Uh, so now that we've had this little tangenty stuff, um, you know what? Let's see here. Can we have... Yes! A little bit of cost savings right here. Oh, I just realized that we could do a lot more cost savings like this. Come on. Thank you. And we can even do even more cost savings like this. Sometimes you see these little itty bitty bits of way of doing stuff. Save some money here, save some money there, blah blah blah. Alright. Let's see how I do need to I want to before we try and get these guys are full. Oh, they're getting full. Keep wanting to do need to do forestry. Okay. Start getting some of these other areas filled in. So yeah, Tree Dad and roommates, they all enjoyed it. And when I first tried it, I was like, this is. I mean, we've all had gin, and in one capacity or another, but this definitely was a different take on gin. I keep getting distracted by wanting to do other stuff, and I keep wanting to do the thing. So anyway, after after going to getting my stuff from Woody Creek, I also got it was I think it was a bourbon, is what I remember. The other bottle I remember getting, and so anywho, after that, went ahead and beat feet back to Denver. Originally, I wanted to come up from go out straight from Colorado Springs, wander my way through US 24 and a couple other highways, and catch the southern end of Colorado State Highway 82. Come up from the south. That way, I could catch Woody Creek, Distillers, and Basalt. Then beat feet north back to I-70, and then come in from the west. Because, as I said, I very much like thinking in circles when it comes to trips, whenever possible. Whenever possible. Unfortunately, it was not feasible because CDOT, Colorado Department of Transportation, has a thing where they essentially close State Highway 82 down for the winter because of apparently it's very the risks of the avalanches and all that, rock slides, etc. It's quite high, and so I understand why they do it. I understand why. So, let's finally get onto this race thingy stuff. There it is, Raceway. So, start line event park. Okay. See, this is why I made sure to have a nice big area here. Garage, start line, finish line. Okay. Let's go ahead here. I'm going to do onto a regular road. Start off there, like that. And let's see. Industrial, commercial, residential, self-sufficient. Okay, I have to remember that. But I'm just double checking my my stuff there. So put the Raceway HQ right there. This looks like it's never done this before. May have to pull up the. Oh, wait. This doesn't make any sense. What the? Okay. I. Okay. I am very much confused here, guys. So I am going to have to. Let's decommission all this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up. Let me pull up here the, let's see, cities, skylines, wiki, skylines, wiki, and then, let's see, race day, there we go. Races. Okay. Race. Okay. I see. Let me see here. Have the thing. There is the link to the thing. I'm going to let's quickly just pause the game. We'll go ahead, and so is that I don't have to worry about watching it on my laptop and then have to re-explain things. We're gonna save our game again. Save, and then I'm gonna just quickly throw up the break screen, so as that we can quit the game, and so that I can pull up the linky here. Okay, let's go ahead here and throw that up. So just a sec here. I'm going to throw that break screen again. I can pull up. I want to pull up the. There we go. Ah, just double playing the video there. Well, that's very informative. So that's why I figured, whip out the thing. So let me go ahead here. We'll also watch the events and parades. So switch that back over. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, it's very nice to know. So let me go ahead here. I'm going to get out of stuff here. So that is now a little bit more understood. Get the game loaded back up here. Ow. Itchy root. Itchy, itchy root. So yeah, this was released, the race day was released back in March 10th, so... Ow. So, let's see here, of course, getting the game loaded back up. So, now that we are more informed, we can finally get some stuff going here. Ow. So yeah, so let's get back to the trip. So on Thursday, so after I got back to Denver Wednesday evening, and did a couple things. Got something to eat, etc. Went to Denver Union Station again. Stopped in at the Terminal Bar for a little bit of dinner. I took the W line from the. Of course, I took the Holiday Inn. That's not too far from the. Excuse me, the Jefferson County Municipal Complex. The county courthouse, offices, etc. And took it to Denver Union Station. Stopped in at Telluride Truffle because they had some unique stuff. One of my airplane coworker. He likes wants to go to Telluride, and I just looked up some stuff, and they had Telluride truffle, and they have a venue out at um, stuff. So at Denver Union Station. So I stopped there, got some truffles for me and tree parents, made sure to take them, and we shared them when I got Monday after I got back, and tree parents have enjoyed it. So let's see here. One Parks, Raceway HQ. Okay, so now that we have a little bit better idea here. Okay, so let's see. There we go. On a racetrack. Okay. Let's actually do it like this. So so I went to the Telluride truffle stuff. Got dinner at Terminal Bar, and had fun doing stuff there. So I'll just do that there. So then let's see. Stone Alley. One way. Okay. Okay, let's go back over here. I know we're gonna need pets, so come on. So roads. Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. See, I figured that by having the what's it there? Having a bypass for the pits would be a good thing. So, okay, so let's see here. Ah, one-way event road. Track. Is that thing? Switch kill. Reverse. University path, liberal arts path, trade school, reserve, path. Path. Darn. Just having fun trying to figure out where the reserve. That's not it. Here I am just trying to see where's path, gravel path. Gosh darn. Gosh darn. Here I am just trying to figure out. Okay, just a sec, guys. I'm going to throw up the break screen and I'm just pulling up the video again to Oh, okay. I found the answer. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to end the grandstand. Okay. That would make a whole heck of a lot of sense. So that would make a heck of a lot of sense. So so let's see here. Back to well, first, while I'm thinking about it, let's add some camera stands. And we'll here. See if we can potentially squeeze in a medium grandstand. Doesn't look like it. All right, so now okay, let's see here. That's not it. What the? Okay. What the? Okay. Let's try something here. We'll first do emplacement of the mains. And then do that there to get these guys power. Can, oh wait, did I? Road. Okay, what we'll do. Reload the city here. Try this again. This time we'll put that. We'll put the starting area there. I wonder if it's because I bypassed this little bit right there that's why it got thrown off. Okay. So. Oh! I think I see why now. Let's quickly. You know what? Let's do it like this. Idea time. Use your brain place, Snow Tree. Use your brain place. You know what? We'll make this a little bit bigger. Make it a larger thing. So let's see here. No, I don't want that. Just want a regular straight road. Nothing special. No fancy multi-degree turns. That way I have a little bit more room for stuff. So now, let's see, go back here to roads. What I want to do, and what I'm thinking here, I want to have so pit, entry, exit. Okay. Here is where I done goofed. I forgot to have the two. Back that up just there we go. You know what? I just realized I messed up again. I want to have more room for stuff, and I didn't give myself enough stuff. Yeah! Alright, so let's... Once again, we're going to anti-dum-dum this. And there's a, as I've said, there's a local racetrack that one of my tree scout troops, we did some volunteer time to help raise money for trips and all that, and I've been thinking about wanting to go there to watch some races, even though, as I've said many times, I'm not a big sports fan. There we go. I'm thinking that, like I said, I want to go there to have some fun, and even though, like I said, I am not much of a big sports fan. I think I'd want to. There we go. Now we can make sure to get the grandstands in here that I want. Okay, so make sure to give a little bit more room. That way I can make sure to try and hopefully fit in there we go. Okay. Okay. Oh, let's duh. Okay. Oh, ow. Just want to get those built to see if that might help. Where do I send footpath? Okay. The heck? Path, gravel path. Park. What the hey? I am just... How do I connect it up? Do I just need a regular rope? Gosh, what in the name of the holy hand grenade of Antioch is going on here? I have to schedule a race? Gosh darn, guys, I'm... Okay, let me pull up the wiki again, so... this is just one of these things that's just like... Oh no, I don't want the pay. I don't want that. This voice track. Ah, race event. I don't want the main Paradox wiki. There we go. Skylines wiki. What is this thing called again? Races. Gosh darn, guys. Race day tutorial. Gosh darn. Okay. Yeah. Just a second here, guys. I'm going to throw up break screen again. And review the thing. Oh! 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 I think I have seen where I have made the boo-boo. Okay. Okay, I think I have. See, let me pull up the thing again. Let me see. Just a second. Okay. I think I have seen where I've been doing the boo-boo. Okay. So, let's see here. Want regular roads. Regular angle. And we'll farther. There we go. Okay. We'll put race day. Put our guy right here. Okay. Okay. So this is the main track right here. This is the pit lane right here. So what I need to do, we'll do first. Going to do stuff like this. Okay, then we need pit. Extend our pit lanes there. So let's do that a little bit more there. There we go. Okay. All right. Knock that off somewhat. Nice big, relatively straight section there. Okay, now let's see here. Go over to see. Let's actually go back here to before we put any more grandstands in, aha! Okay. There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead here. And where are some assets? All right, let's see. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys. We're going to go ahead here. I, for one, definitely need to go ahead and take a break. So, yeah, let's everybody go ahead and stand up, stretch, go get something to eat, go get something to drink, use the restroom, and I'll see y'all here in a few minutes. Okay, guys, Tree is back, and had a little bit of a funny little thought go through my canopy as I was getting ready to come back onto um, stream stuff here. Let me pull up the thing here. Let's see here. Yeah, here it is. The Punky Doodles D&D radio station playlist. The one that I'm particularly fond of in this playlist, there's the link. It's just that I kind of like and all that is the dwarf radio as well as the wizard radio. You're listening to 102.3 Real Dwarf FM or whatever it is, and I also like the wizard radio. Thou art listening to 102.3 Real Wizards FM. But some of the stuff there in this playlist is just cutesy wootsy. So, anywhoozle, now that we have finally done our dealio here, what we'll do, let's see here. Let's see, event route info, almost 7.4 kilometers. Let's see here. We'll do formula, schedule event. We're going to add another event, circuit cruisers. I'm going to do this one. We'll do that. Yeah. Car. We'll make it each of the races here. We'll make it every 3 months. Have a race. And then we'll go ahead here further add some stuff. Oh. I'm going to make an adjustment here to the, excuse me, to the thing. Oh, yeah. That way we can add in a little bit more pit stops here. We can't attach it there, but we can. Oh, good. From the So anyway, now that let's get back to discussing trip stuff. So on Thursday, we were trying to talk about starting off stuff on Thursday of not this week, but you know, well, technically, now it's Sunday in Treelandia, so the Thursday week before last. Now that it's that sort of thing. Um, um, is went to the Molly Brown house for the, who is famously known as Margaret Molly Brown, and her actually in life she was known as Maggie Brown, because Maggie is a nickname for Margaret, which was of course her real name, and so the let's see here. Oh, yeah. Yes. So, can do here. Oh my goodness, I have spent so much money. Holy bejeebas, guys. We are in Deficit Landia. Anywho, so I went and took a tour of the Molly Brown house. And then after I took that tour, I had to quickly realized I forgot something at my hotel, so had to go take care of picking up the stuff I needed from the hotel. Then I went to Stranahan's distillery and had a tour in the early afternoon there. Got some samples from that stuff there. Remember, guys, as I usually preface, please remember to drink responsibly. Blah blah blah. And oh, let's see here. They needs power. So after going to Stranahan's, I went to a local place called the Great GB Fish Store restaurant. That did it, and where I was able to come on, history. Oh, oh, do I? Hi. Oh wait. Duh. It's gonna be worth it. Yeah, let's. What we'll do. So, yeah, wait. Just as a usual reminder, please remember to drink responsibly. And let's do it like this. Basically, this is to help make sure that and we'll probably we might put in something over here. But, yeah, went to Stranahan's, then got, and, let's see. The GB Fish Shop. Then, come on, is the then went to Law's Whiskey House and got some of the stuff I needed to get from there. There we go. Since these three locations were all fairly close to one another, Stranahan's, GB Fish and Chips, and Law's, they were all within the same fairly close geographical area. And so after that, see Wednesday. Oh yeah, I'm overthinking. So then I went and headed back to my hotel and did State 38, and then I was actually for Thursday that I went to Denver Union Station, not Wednesday. I was brain farting on the day I actually went. So look at this. We can actually. Okay, so yeah, it was Thursday that I went to Denver Union Station, got this Telluride truffle and terminal bar. Then Friday, I went in and took the morning walking tour at the Colorado Railroad Museum. Got to make the what has been the thrice in a row pilgrimage. And after talking to Heiss and friends, um, as I've said for the trip last year, I found during last year's parade of trains at the CRRM during the Saturday event. I found a lump of coal on the West Cut, just out of the museum depot, and I asked Jeff, "Hey, can I keep this?" I tracked him down at the platform and asked him, I didn't want to take, just be a complete jerk and I have a lump of coal. But yeah, it's a fist-sized lump of coal, and he let me keep it. So after talking to Heisen friends, learned that Jeff likes cider, so I was able to. There's some cider where I was able to get my hands on some local cider, and oh my god, he was peaked. He was peaked. So let's see here. Keep this part here elevated for the time being. And he obviously, I did make sure to tell him to say, I wanted to make sure to say thank you for letting me keep the lump of coal I found. And Jeff was peaked. He was absolutely peaked. So then I took a walking tour and learned a few little things here and there. Knew a lot of things about stuff at the museum, but sometimes you learn a little bit more on every new visit. Also got to see DNRG, not just Rio Grande Southern number 20 fired up, but also finally got to see DNRGW 491 fired up for the first time under steam. And also got to see visiting locomotive number 315 steamed up, as well as her sister by number 318, DNRGW 318, as well as, of course, RGS 20 and 315 and 318, as I remember too. They were I think all three of them, I know for sure 318 and 20 and 318 were on or 315, were on the Florence and Cripple Creek Railroad. So, yeah, yeah. Oh, that's cool. They've got adverts on the stands. That's cool. Hot. There we go. We have a race! Let's watch! See, this is why I made sure to give some time. See, that's why we'll slowly fill this in. Okay. So we do have more demand for commercial space, so that is why I want to let's come over here first to this area. Don't want to upgrade, want to build. Of course, with me being who I am, I'm just very much far more interested in having as many straight roads as possible, so. We got a little bit of office demand here. Back here to our hotels. Hotel Old Inn. Oh. Oh my god, these guys, a chunky boy. Also chunky boy. Let's go ahead here. Definitely are going to require some office space, so let's. Kind of makes me think about the having the deluxe hotel here and the other guy design hotel. Let's start. Also gonna need some people. So let's go ahead here. Yes. Let's whip out. Come on. Come on. There we go. Not that hard, game, to do the stuff I want you to do. Or at least theoretically, it's not too hard to do what the stuff I want you to do. Good. A couple boosting stations right in here. Oh, I was just about to say we need to put in garbage stuff, but I don't want to get it too close to the water supply here. However, there is a way we can do this. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge. However, we should be able to do it. Said I don't want it to be right close to the water supply here. So what we'll do now, I do want to get over here and have ow, itchy twig finger. So what we're gonna do. Going to develop what is going to be momentarily get rid of the power line right here. Do a monodirectional road here. Now, just going to put that there for the moment. Okay. That is what I wanted / needed to know. So we're going to leave this area as a buffer. We'll still put in stuff, a couple things here, like these guys here. I need water, so let's see here. We'll just go ahead. Oh, I'm a dum-dum. I done goofed, guys. Seriously, done goofed. There we go. And dum-dummed. And dum-dummed. There we go. So, what we of course have just done is, how are we doing on water and sewage, by the way? Oh, we're holding up. Okay, so, see, what was the thing we're looking at? There is coastal order offices. Farming specialization, I need to do that. Let's whip out. See if this will. I'm not sure if this will count or not. Ah. Let's see here. Let's see what happens. But speaking of districting stuff, we need to go ahead here. Need to really go ahead here and fully integrate this area here as stuff. So, oops. Forget which one. Okay, yeah, we do need to have that be its own little thing. Okay, I couldn't remember for the for that, so let's. Floating guns, that's what I'm trying to build. we go. Make sure we get the organic stuff set. Go and just throw down some more residential stuff so as that we can make sure that we have demand. Rather have two overeducated workers than nothing at all. We'll go ahead here and do can I actually fit? No, it's too much of a thing. We'll just semi-future proof stuff here. All right. All right. Now, what we're gonna do is in our what's it area, on our farming area here. No upgrades. I want to build. This way I don't have to worry too much about having to decommission and recommission stuff. Will do. I know that we need the 5,000 whatever it is, 5,000 cubic whatever it is. Will do. How? Look at that. It's making more money through the animal products than anything else. Okay, good. We are fully connected on this little thingy here. So we can go ahead and decommission that power line. So what we'll do now, because of course we still need the what's it? The what's it dealio thingy? Oh, this area needs to be, these guys need to be retconned into nice stuff. So decommission that. Build a interconnecting road there. Gosh darn it, Canopy is going back to the um, um, the what's it playlist, the D&D playlist by Punky Doodles, and as you know, thinking about the Paladin uh, version of D&D radio. sure we get water up to these guys. So let's go ahead and do that. We keep having that population of 182K. Essentially 182K. See, that's part of the reason why I made sure to start, further helping pump up our city's population, because, of course, need the money. Need the people in order to make the money. I think I'll just put in a single, what's it right there, single metro station. Because it's gonna just tie in over here, so... What are we doing financially on that? I'll pay those guys off. Let's see. Financially, well, we're doing decent. We obviously could be doing better. But, holding the 3 to 4K under budget is, of course, 3 to 4K in the red is, not good, but it could be a heck of a lot worse. So, let's see here. I know there's a way to see. Should be a way. Yeah, here we go. For Metro, yeah, so we got 4,200 people a week, so... All right, what I think we're going to do, well, while I'm thinking about it, I know we just did some stuff. What we're going to do, we're going to do here, we're going to start to, in this general area here, I'm going to finally start to consolidate some of our lines to hopefully help ourselves out. And at the same time, we are going to do some ordering up. Make up some I did dum dum. Why do I double connection there? Double Dum Dum. Yeah, we're not going to worry about all that. Let's just go ahead here. Don't you guys all worry. I will soon re-enable all lines. This is not merely a cost-cutting measure, it's an efficiency measure. Okay, now that we have finally done all that, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be keeping the current physical layout of the network. But as I said, this is to increase the overall efficiency, basically trying to consolidate some shorter lines into longer ones. And basically to help make sure that I can keep my stuff running. So yeah, as you see, there are now no longer any metro lines. And what we're going to start off with here is our industrial line, ZIS. I'm going to have an intermediate stop there. And then a terminal line there. Intermediate stop here again. So that this way we can have stuff. So let's go back here to our transport tab. Lines overview, metro. So this way, by naming them, I will be able to say, okay, this is such and such line. Okay. we're going to go ahead here and we're going to add in one right here. Go ahead and basically what we got to do here. There we go. So what this is going to be, what we're going to be doing here is this one right here that we're about to do is, oh wait, that's the industrial one. Duh. All right, show lines. And so by doing that like this, we can have stuff like that. So now we'll come right here. Oops, I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Yeah. Port. It's interesting. Did something different there. Don't you guys worry. Okay, let's try this again. There we So basically, be able to start doing some fun times there. So, come on. I'll do a few changes here to help take some of the pressure off both of these guys, both of these terminals right here, and to help integrate stuff here. So let's see here. Lines overview. Yeah, let's what we can do. So what we'll do here, did I done goofed. Thought I got that guy connected the way I want. Nope. It's nope. somewhat. There we go. So again. Oh, did the wrong thing there, guys. Lines overview. There we go. Got that going. All right. Let's go loop one. Trade School 1 and 2 for the airport. Oops, did it again. Three and 4. Go ahead. Let's head over here. Oh, nee. Wait. Yeah. Somehow I screwed that up. Not unusual, of course. There we go. See, we are slowly working our way through our city, trying to improve overall service, and hopefully, knock on wood, be able to make for ourselves some really nice stuff. All right. We'll just title that one as Airport Local 5. Even though it's not quite all the way to the airport, it's still technically, in a way, connecting up to the airport area. doing what I want it to do. Is that not connected? I want it to. I'm gonna have to redo this little bit here. It's okay with me. Sometimes you gotta redo a little bit of design work in order to make sure that the stuff you want to get done gets done. There we go. How's that not? Oh, you know what it probably is the angle. The angle. Ah! Ah, dum dum. Highway. Freaking angle is probably what's wrong tab tree. The angle is probably what is okay. Let's try this now again. I'm gonna make sure to delete that line again. Delete Metro 22. Yep. Don't do this to me. There we go. Let's see here. Oh, did it again. Just collecting stuff randomly. Okay. forgot the character limit there. That's why it's called U Highway Underground Highway Interconnect. Yeah. So yeah, it's just trying to figure out. Nope. All right, let's let a little bit of action happen here. Let's see. Oh, did it again. We'll use main highway interconnect 1 through 4. Yeah. Oh, should be 2. Trying to create a new local line. I mean, new line there. 132, delete, yes. just call them pedestrian offshoots 3 and 4 too. Hey Manzi, how you doing? Hope you're doing wunderbar. Oops, wrong button again, tree. Yep, I know. I was on vacation, now that it's Sunday again. Not this past week, but week before last, so. I know that feeling. For me, it's mostly trying to get the time to stream because well, work. Because, well, IRL is a real thing, vacation is a real thing, and it's just a huge, huge pain in the posterior and that sort of stuff. Oh yeah, it's a huge pain in the arse, to say the least. It's just, yeah, it's just for me. It's not having quite as much time as I would like, and yeah. just trying to get some work done here on the stuff, so metro system. There we go. I was having a momentary. Goof that up, methinks. Yep. Don't you guys worry. Let's see here. Well, we're gonna redo this. Redo the line. Done this correctly, like I hope I have. 5. Yep. Let's see. Race region 01. Look at this. We're gotten some improvement. Let's see. How has our financial? Of course. Nothing here makes any sense. It's suddenly all going. In the train, no. Metro should be making money left, right, and center. Let's see what we can do with some bus tours. Also do some walking tours here too. It's one of the things that I had some fun with on my thing at the Colorado Railroad Museum is getting to see learn to, it's just got reminded of some odd little trivia facts and blah 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 blah. All right, we're gonna probably be ending. Let's see what time is it? Yeah, we're gonna more than likely gotta end up ending stream here shortly, guys. Mostly because with it in part being a holiday weekend here in the States, I'm gonna have to make sure to me myself. I did not mean to do that. I'm going to have to make sure that I come on. That I get to make sure to have some time with Tree Family and all that. We're gonna, because of course I have to work on Memorial Day and all that jazz. I'm gonna have to make sure that I have some time with the rest of Tree Family, and roommates are gonna go do their own thing with their own family stuff. So yeah, that's gonna have to be a thing. So. And so, like I said, we're gonna have to, Tree Bro, Tree Fam, and I, we're all gonna have to basically coordinate our agenda stuff. And basically try to, work in all the stuff that we're gonna need because Tree Fam, of course, understands that, with even though I work retail and all that, that in some ways I could have it a heck of a lot worse. So, I've come to realize that, even, yes, what I do is retail, but, you know, things honestly for me could be a heck of a lot worse. So, quickly pull up my budget while I'm thinking about it. Okay, we are 101. I was just thinking about it. It's like, did I get the stuff for that? Trebo, who's also worked retail, does have some degree of sympathy and all that. So yeah. Let's see. Just trying to help get some additional traffic into some of these areas. There you go. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead here and let's take a look, see at stuff, our city stats. So we are approaching 100. We're actually over 190K, but you can see as we've gone through our city's evolution. We have the usual ups and downs and ups and downs. We are currently, of course, Now that we have all the area done that I want to have to deal with in terms of terraforming done, we have a nice big area with which to expand into, and we will be able to, of course, get some stuff happening population-wise. Taxes, of course, unfortunately coming down, but as we continue to re-expand our city, as we, as like we will be able to, of course, start to go back up. So, city value is just over 4.46 million city cash. City budget is over 700K. Treasury is, of course, all over the map. We are currently, of course, just over 2 million city cash in terms of value. Influx is, of course, we've been working on trying to get some more stuff to come up. Birth rate is overall up. It's on a descent right now. Hopefully we can get that to be fixed. Oh boy, our death rate is definitely up. We're gonna have to make sure to keep an eye out on how taxed our crematoria are and all that. Employment percentage, very much like to see that. We are in the 90th percentile. Wunderbar. Available jobs, of course, we've had, as we've been slowly expanding over the past number of years, we have been working to get our city's total workforce up. So, we want that figure up. It's always the better. Education levels are holding overall fairly steady in the 3% in the 3 range. Students are, of course, coming up but that's in part because we've been able to get. We've been expanding our city's population and expanding our education. So, tourist levels. This is, of course, what I like to see. Especially having the last few years with the race stuff in game. We will hopefully be able to, as we further expand our city and get some more stuff going on, we'll be able to have that go up. Tourist income tax, even though tourists are up, is down somewhat, but we're currently making over 1,700 city cash. So, really would like to get my city's happiness level back into the 90th percentile. Residential is, of course, going up, as is commercial, and we're slowly getting industrial up. So I love it when I could get industry stuff to work the way I would like to. And of course, office is way up. You can see where it's sort of taken over. So from industry, but it's a thing. Prisoners somewhat down. That's always good. Cyclists, wish we could have more, but hey, we're trying to maintain stuff. No disasters. Only had a few casualties. We've had some collapsed buildings. Some destroyed row segments. Imports are way, way down. And exports, as you guys can see, do, of course, in part due to our shipping stratagem, are way, way up, even though they're kind of falling off a little bit right now, but that's always a thing. Let me go ahead here. I'm gonna switch to the end screen, and let me hit that save button. I'm not sure if anyone is live. Let me see here. Not sure if anyone is live. Yeah, unfortunately, not too many people on my end are really live, so we're just gonna go ahead here and end the stream, guys. I do appreciate everybody who has come out. Okay. So hopefully, after tomorrow's little family thing for Memorial Day weekend here in the States, hopefully sometime tomorrow evening or tonight, today's evening, Sunday evening, it's Sunday. I'm getting myself all bum-puzzled. Hopefully sometime this evening we'll have Titan Quest Loot Grind stuff. Hopefully tomorrow and or sometime later this week we'll have some Midwestern Minecraft stuff. I've done a little bit of, been able to get in some mining and even a little bit of prototyping in my test world. Yes. So hopefully we'll have some Midwestern Minecraft stuff and then assorted related shenanigans in that regard. So hopefully that will be a thing. And of course, next Saturday will be another episode of City Building Saturdays here in City Skylines. Excuse me. I am tired. So, if you're watching here on the YouTubes, Twitch, I'm already thinking Titan Quest the Loot Grind. If you're watching here on Twitch at twitch.tv/OsageOrange, please remember to go ahead and hit that follow button. If you're watching over on the YouTubes at youtube.com/OsageOrangeGaming, please remember to leave a like, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell icon for notifications. It really does help. May you guys have fair weather, bountiful water, and secure soil. I will see you next time.